That got too heavyweight.
Get okay.
Numbers.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I call to order the regular Board of Education meeting on June 12th, 2025 at 6:31 PM in the boardroom at OPR High School. Please call the roll.
Mr. Brisbane,
Here.
Dr. O'Neill, Mr. Arkin,
Here.
Mr. Harris,
Here.
Dr. Livingston,
Here.
Mr. Reynolds,
Here.
and Ms. Williams-Lee.
Here. And I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. Collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedule for one or more classes of employees. Security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, a threatened, or a reasonably potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public property. In litigation, when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when a public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the minutes of a closed meeting. And a second,
Second.
roll call?
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yeah.
Mr. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Ms. Williams-Lee.
Yes.
The seriousness of the offense, the financial resources of
You're on the way, so you find.
resources of this much like it's always risk. Thank you. You've seen the financial resources.
Give a introduction and we will start with the superintendent. That's. Oh.
All right, thank you very much. I just have a few items to share this evening. First, congratulations to the Husky softball team, which left victoriously to compete for the state championship. Normally, we have a hallway parade when a team or individual makes it to state. Since school is out, however, the team received a special escort from Oak Park Fire and Police Departments as the bus left town. I think we might have to do that from here on out, regardless. The girls play in the semifinals tomorrow evening, and we wish them the best. If they win tomorrow, they will play again Saturday. I also want to share that we have most of the results in for this state's junior spring ACT. And we're proud to share that at least 9 Huskies earned a perfect score of 36.
Wow, good.
Congratulations. Additionally, congratulations to new graduate Abby Falkoff, who earned first place overall at the 24th Annual Illinois State University Center for Mathematics, Science, and Technology Research Symposium. Abby's research focused on using a hormone to change fruit flies so they show signs like a human disease called PCOS to help scientists study it in a new way. And I just want to say, with Abby being a graduate, I don't know if they're listening or not, but if you've been paying attention to the superintendent's announcements over the past school year, I don't know how many times we've mentioned Abby's name. The accolades that she has pulled in science over the past 2 years really has just been truly remarkable. So congratulations. And finally, I want to recognize the Imagine Foundation for spearheading the effort to secure a $3.5 million grant from the state for capital improvements. And so to the project two, we're going to hear a little bit more about that in a little bit. The grant will cover a significant portion of the cost of the new geothermal system that will provide 100% the heating and cooling for project two, supporting the district's commitment to reducing the carbon footprint of the school. The grant funded by the Build Illinois Bond Fund is part of the state budget adopted in 2000. So the first of a few thank yous to the foundation for this evening. And that concludes my announcements.
Ms. Evans, for your status,
We can find 4 submitted and 4 results.
and do we have any public comments?
None.
Hearing none, we are going to move to the consent agenda. And are there any consent items that board members would like to have pulled? I move to approve the consent items as follows. Approval of personnel recommendations, including new hires, retirees, transfers, summer school hires, resignations, and retirements. B, approval of the open and closed meeting minutes of May 8th, May 22nd, and May 27th, special meeting. And a declaration that the audio tapes of the closed session minutes of August 2023 be destroyed. C, approval of the proposal for a new cybersecurity management system with a total expenditure of $60,887.49 for the 2025-2026 school year. D, approval of the resolution directing the transfer of $1,474,823 from the educational fund to the debt service fund. E, approval of the April 2025 treasury report as presented. F, approval of the April 2025 financial report as presented. G, approval of the May and June 2025 check disbursements and financial resolutions, including a payroll resolution for July of 2025. And H, approval of Mr. Bob Spatz and Ms. Michelle Mandan as new members of the Community Finance Committee beginning the 2025-2026 school year. Yes.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Bradhorst?
Yes.
Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
Dr. Livingston?
Yes.
Dr. Odell?
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane?
Yes.
Mr. Arkin?
Yes.
And Ms. Williams?
Yes. And we are going to make a couple changes to the agenda. We are going to start the action items with the Imagine Foundation. We are then going to move to the discussion items, then we'll come back to the action items. Okay. So with that.
Well, good evening, and thanks for having, Okay, sure.
Yes.
Thank you for having us here tonight, and this should be quick and easy. So we are here for the third time to present to the 200 a grant to support or to reimburse for the expenses associated with Project 2. And I have to say thank you to our very, very generous donors who have enabled us to be able to come here and do this with you today. And as you saw in your agenda, it is for $1 million. So that would be $3 million grants we'll be giving the one tonight. And Stephen, would you?
Well, I'm just excited as we continue, as you guys continue to make progress. You're building the new builds out, and that we can continue to contribute to it. And to Heidi's point, a lot of people lent a hand to this and helped us. And I'm excited that we've given million.
This is great.
And then the 3.5 and 6.5, so we're getting up there in numbers. So we're just excited to be part of this, and we appreciate all the work you all have done along this project. So thank you. Okay. You could go first if you.
I
don't know.
Just in case.
I'm kidding, should we vote?
So jumping down, we're so excited about getting $1 million. So we'll pause our excitement for a moment, and say, I move by our, thank you. I move for the board to accept the donation of $1 million from the Imagine Foundation to reimburse for project 2 as presented.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion or questions? Sevens, please call the roll.
Mr. Curtis,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Parkin,
Yes.
Dr. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Ramos.
Yes.
And Ms. Williamson.
Absolutely, yes. Now we will.
Ah, we're good.
Thank you very much.
We gotta. We have to pose it, but.
We got it.
Much towards my.
Bigger check.
There.
Because if you follow. I'm going to $200 go to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, a new chair, we will have a fuel cheap, hopefully, we can increase it, we will end up having 3 or 4 chairs. Checks on these years. So,
Thank
you.
And before moving on, we did want to do a quick introduction. I'll turn it over to Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. Yes, we are happy to announce that in our personnel report today, we have included the hire of a new assistant superintendent for student learning. And so Jen Hester is here in the audience. She comes to us most recently from home in Flossmoor, an impressive career also before that in a variety of school districts. Naperville is one of them, of course, St. Charles School District. We're really excited to bring her on to the school district. Her expertise, her knowledge and curriculum and instruction and in districts that compare favorably to the experiences that we have here at OPRF was really something that was critical to this decision. So Jen, would you like to come up and say a word or two?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Tap your mic on. Absolutely. Got it. All right. I am extremely excited to be here. I'm very fortunate to join this talented and amazing team at OPRF. It's an honor and a privilege to serve in a district who has touched the lives of so many students over time. I can't wait to get an opportunity to meet all of you, to get to know you, and really to get to know the students and the staff, and really hear the stories about what makes this such a special place. I know that it's a tall order working for such an amazing school district, and I promise to bring to you the talents that I have, the skills that I have, so that I can help to make an impact with the rest of the staff on all of your students and the community. I do want to take a minute, if I can, just to introduce my husband, John Shaw, who is a graduate of PRF. So I am definitely, I promise you, more excited to be here than he is to have him today. He was cheering for me all along the way. So again, it's a privilege and honor. I just feel so blessed to be here and to be with all of you and to join the team. Thank you.
Welcome, and we look forward to working with you. Okay, we are now going to move to the discussion items, and we will start with the community finance committee report. Yes.
One of the items that we were bringing forward tonight, not just a summary of the community finance committee meeting from the prior Tuesday. But the committee has been excited to work to put together an outline for this board and future boards in terms of best practices in determining when and how to issue types of debt for major capital projects. The CFC had provided a lot of input over the last few months, and we were able to take that and craft it and put something together that outlines, determining, that there's an objective to issue the debt, when and if to issue debt, the appropriate types of debt, the amount of debt to be issued, the impact on the student and future boards that needs to be considered, public transparency, and long-term debt management strategies. That was then crafted. Mr. Brisbane had put it together visually, presented it out to the Community Finance Committee on Tuesday, and it was met with an overwhelming amount of support. So, Graham, I don't know if you'd like to talk through the atlas and where it fits together. But I'm excited to bring that forward.
Yeah. So as I put in my write-up for the board, it was a thrilling meeting on Tuesday night because number of things happened. We welcomed a couple of sensational new members of the CFC, Michelle Mangan and Bob Spatz. We were also able to circle back on some things we worked on throughout the year. That was, some of those things are reflected in the financial stewardship section of the board atlas. And I'll just touch on a couple of those highlights. So first of all, the fiscal stewardship section in your atlas now begins with something of a mission statement or preamble that emphasizes why fiscal stewardship is so important for school districts. And those reasons in some cases are obvious. If we're going to really provide excellent and equitable education to allow all students to achieve their full potential, you really have to ensure you have stable and sufficient resources for any type of program that might be necessary to achieve that goal. Obviously, the majority of our expenses is in salaries for faculty, staff, and administrators. We need to make sure we can continue to hire high quality colleagues to work here and serve students. And then lastly, of course, we've got to ensure that we can maintain the trust and support of local taxpayers due to unique circumstances here in the state of Illinois. There's an inordinate dependence on property taxes for the funding of public education, and even more so in Oak Park, based on the profile of its tax base. So those are reasons why it matters. And so what does it really take to provide strong fiscal stewardship? You need the commitment of the board, the administration, but you also need the right systems, structures, and processes, including transparency and best practices. And some of those best practices include an approach to smart use of debt, and that's also featured here in the atlas. I'll just touch on a couple of other things here. We've had continuous input from the CFC regarding the topic of what should go into our financial dashboard, which, as you know, is a goal that Tim Brandhorst and I are assigned to. So we've arrived at a set of metrics and data and charts and graphs and so forth that we're now going to be turning over to Tony for putting on our website to go alongside the P2 dashboard. The other thing CFC has provided continuous input on throughout the year is helping us to establish appropriate financial peer districts. And it warms my heart to see the administration is already starting to use those financial peer districts in their various reports. And some of the benchmarking and metrics data that I alluded to for our financial dashboard is against some of those measures, such as our expenditures per pupil and our rate of expense growth. Last thing I'll touch on to build on Tony's comments is heading into this meeting on Tuesday, there had been a good amount of work done, and I credit Tony for a lot of this. To establish some guidelines and toll gates, so to speak, with regard to the use of debt. And you'll see that listed out in the atlas, and that includes basic questions such as what are the objectives? What's the timing for the use of debt? And what should be the process depending on what kind of debt instrument is necessary? And slide 33 of the atlas actually provides a table, and it's kind of interesting. Within the state of Illinois, there's actually quite a few different tools and mechanisms for use of debt. Some of them are things that we may never have to entertain because some are designed to help districts that maybe are in a more difficult financial circumstance. But one of the most common uses of debt is for major capital projects in the form of school building bonds. And this, our district is coming out of an era of about 15 to 20 years in which we had some, what I would call anomalous conditions. And that included a very large fund balance combined with 60+ years of deferred investment in the infrastructure. Combined with and concurrently no use of debt, at least capital building bonds to help maintain that infrastructure. And obviously, this is a district that is 150 years old. Its infrastructure in various parts date back that old or that long, and it's 1 million square feet. So while we have this terrific project 1 that was completed, and of course there's a very large project underway right now, project 2, we have to recognize that inevitably for a campus that old and that large, you're always going to have a need for investment in that infrastructure. And in the March CFC meeting, we had an initial discussion around best approaches, processes, or framework for the funding of infrastructure of that type. And there was generally a consensus that, ideally, capital building bonds is the best way to fund that for a variety of reasons. But coming out of this anomalous situation we've been in for the last 15 years, how do we, as CFC, as a board, as a district, think about what's the right way to go forward, an ideal framework for how to evaluate infrastructure needs and how they need to be funded. And the goal ultimately is to make sure that beyond the time when any of us are serving there is a stable and predictable mechanism to provide for CapEx resources when infrastructure needs present themselves. Given the age and the size of this campus, we have the ability to continue to maintain and modernize in order to meet the needs of students. We do want to minimize the impact to taxpayers because capital building bonds obviously involve referendums and the authority granted by taxpayers to take on that debt. And then also the benefit of capital building bonds is, of course, that current and future generations of users of the new infrastructure are the ones who actually fund it. So those are the goals, and what you'll see on page 35 of the atlas is a framework for examining the use of various debt instruments within the context of a total tax levy. And slide 36 then shows a visualization of where the use of capital bonds could fit within a total tax levy. And also how capital bonds can be measured as a percentage of the total tax levy. So as we as a board are thinking about new capital needs, projects X, Y, and Z in the future for new projects, we thought that we, meaning the CFC, thought that that philosophy around fiscal stewardship, which we began with, can combine with a rigorous set of guidelines for how we use debt to help set planning and investment needs in the future. So that is my verbal overview of the fiscal stewardship section of Atlas. To build upon Tony's wonderful opening remarks, and he and I would be happy to entertain any questions.
So we'll open it up for discussion.
Graham, just wanted to express gratitude to you and Tony, and Nixon and Tony. This is a really terrific piece of work. I was struck in your deck. It sounds like CFC responded favorably to this. I was struck by the fact that you are not looking at specific funding strategies for P3. You're really trying to do something more far-reaching and more something that will put in place a process that's going to serve this district for the long term rather than for an immediate short-term decision. And I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. I think what I really like about it is it's symbolic of the shift in the relationship that I think this district is going to have with the community around funding capital improvements. That going forward, it really is going to be a different relationship, a normalized, rationalized, more typical relationship. So I think that your work on this, setting the framing of how we go about making these funding decisions in a rational, responsible, fair way to the entire community is absolutely spot on. So I just wanted to say thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just, don't say any comments, what Timmy had to say, I think this is great work, I haven't had a lot of time to digest it yet. And I know the sales comes to us on a regular basis, so I will have time in the future, but thank you for the work. Congratulations on getting Babe Ruth out of retirement and onto the CFC. And I think he'll be a great addition. I look forward to working with you guys.
Yes,
Yeah, nothing to add. I think Graham's summary was very complete. Thank you.
And Graham and I spoke a little bit earlier, and Tony also just wanted, as my peers have, to extend thanks for this work. And for setting us up to be easily transparent, to be very clear, to have a process and a structure that we'll follow as we go forward and thinking about the needs of the school and how we best meet those financial. Well, and since you're here, we'll move on to the next discussion item, which also involves you. If anyone else will be coming up with you, we'll move to the discussion on the United Project Reprogramming report. Next.
Great, so for this item, I hope Karen Sullivan is coming up. And she'll get things started, and then we'll have a few other folks coming up as we go on. Get this started with a little bit of context. The board, the public, of course, will recall that back in 2017, 2018 school year, a large process was undertaken to help us develop a long-term master facilities plan, the Imagine Plan. This is always designed to be a process that would be revisited as time goes on, not as an absolute blueprint, but as a guide. And so, in that vein, as already referenced, we do have a project 1 complete, project 2 underway, and back in March of this past school year, we began conversations about project 3, deciding that we would just take one step forward with that into the programming phase. The product of that work is what we're going to be talking about today. Also on the agenda for tonight, pending this conversation, is the potential funding of the next phase, which would be the development of a concept design for project 3. But I'll leave that for another presentation. If we could get the slide deck up for
Give me
this
a minute,
one.
thank you.
I'll turn it over to Karen to start it off, and then I will also, as we're pulling that up, welcome back.
Can't get rid of us.
The two leaders of the whole Imagine process, Lynn Kemnitz and Mike Porter, who are going to be giving some background on that whole process in just a moment. So.
Start talking.
Oh, there's Lisa. Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
You want to go over the programming stuff to start, and then we'll transition to
Yeah.
just
So
kind
like
of a high level.
this, right, so like it just. Working on the slides to talk.
Yeah, we've been pulled with the crowd.
Sorry.
We're aware.
That's
So Karen, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, so
Okay.
as Greg said, this is our program report. So in architectural terms, programming is the process of determining the needs of a project and what the scope of the project could potentially be. So for project 3, the needs were studied back in 2017-18 during the initial Imagine process. There's very in-depth study of all our facilities at that point. And very clear needs identified in the project 3 spaces. And, that was 8 years ago. So we needed to go back and re-examine the needs. Are what we identified 8 years ago still accurate? Are there new needs? Have certain needs been addressed already? So that's what programming was about. So before Allison Sternquist, our architect, goes into what we found during this programming phase in recent months, I'm going to turn it over to Lynn Kemnitz and Mike Porter, the leaders of the Imagine process, to talk about the original findings around the project 3 spaces.
Yeah.
Lynn, you just let me know when you're ready to go to the next slide. Okay, thank you.
So I don't need to introduce this again, because everyone already has. And our task tonight is really to give you some context about, for the presentation that she's going to be giving later. And I have notes in the main hope of keeping you on time. So as I said back in 2017, the Board of Education convened the Imagine team, and we were a team of 30 citizens and 10 faculty and staff. Actually, you go. I had 2 slides, can you give a second? And our charge was, as I said, to research the current needs of the school. And to see how the school's facilities were and were not meeting student and faculty needs at the time. And then to create a long-term plan to address those needs. A plan for school facilities that can support not only current learning and teaching, but future learning and teaching. Our process throughout the process and construction or writing of our work product, we had 3 guiding principles. Everything we did had to be needs-driven, student-centered, and equity-focused, and I'd like to think that we achieved that. After 18 months of research, we delivered our work product. This is the Imagine plan. It also exists on the school's website. In it, we documented our process and also the needs that we identified, and we proposed 5 project sequence to address those needs through renovation and new construction. Those 5 projects are all interconnected but also independent in that they can be built one at a time over a series of several years. And after one project is complete,
The school is whole and functioning until you have the time, energy, will, or resources to build the next project. So we've completed project 1, there was a break, project 2 is underway, and project 3 is what would be next. Okay, next slide, please. It's important to be able to point out briefly that there's a difference between prioritization and sequencing. So project 3 does not mean that the elements in project 3 are the third most important elements. It isn't set up that way. There are a lot of things that determine the sequencing other than just how much of a priority something is, as is illustrated by this little thumb puzzle. If your main goal is to get project 1 or tile number 1 up to the upper left-hand corner, you can't just pick it up and plop it there. You have to move other things out of the way and continue to rearrange things in order to achieve that goal of moving tile 1. And project 1 through 5 sequencing reflects that. So as a reminder, our building is completely landlocked. We do not have a parking lot or a cornfield next door where we can say, oh, our top priorities are physical education spaces and performing arts spaces, so we're going to just build them both simultaneously on that cornfield or parking lot. We don't have that ability. What we do have to do is sequence the projects that add square footage to the building first, because that's what makes space, literally, for future projects. So project 2 didn't come before project 3 because we thought physical education was more important than performing arts. It's because project 2 adds a whole bunch of space to the building. So you can take a lot of other physical education functions, move them into that new space, and in the process, free up some other space for redevelopment in project 3 for performing arts in this case. So again, it's not that the performing arts in project 3 are less important than other things. It's that you have to make room for them before you can build them. One way you do that is through careful sequencing. Okay, next slide. Here's kind of the big picture from the Imagine plan. This is a diagram of the school before any of the Imagine work was done. The bottom part, which is too small for you to see, the bottom edge is Scoville Avenue. The top edge of this diagram is the mall with the stadium and the fields beyond it. Project 2 tore down a hodgepodge of buildings in the southeast corner, that's the lower left-hand corner where there are a whole bunch of small boxes. It tore them down and replacing them with a full basement and 4 stories of space for physical education programming. Project 3 will do the same thing in the southwest corner of the building. That's the corner closest to the football stadium, and it's the corner on this map that is circled in the solid orange line. That will be torn down. It's a central space. It will be torn down and replaced with a full basement and at least 4 stories above that. The Imagine plan called for 4 stories there, but that may change in the future, we don't know. So that will be a brand new wing in that southwest corner of the building. The new wing is going to accommodate music spaces and black box spaces that are currently in the dashed line along the Scoville border of the building or side of the building. And it will also include some PE spaces that are currently inside the orange line that will be torn down and replaced with modern and efficient spaces. Next slide, please. So project 3 was intended to address many different problems in the existing music and PE spaces. Wait, that's one too far. Go back one. Oh, that edit wasn't used. Can you go forward 2, please? You might be in trouble this week. Okay, so there were many problems with those existing spaces, and those problems fall into 3 buckets. Do not try to read them all on the screen. You can look at them later. I'm going to summarize them for you. There were problems in those spaces with condition. The spaces many of them are outdated. Some of them are physically failing. Most of them are not accessible in the sense of ADA accessibility, and many of them present health and safety concerns for the users. There are also configuration problems. The existing layout and location do not mean that the programs that use those spaces, their needs aren't met. The result is that there's lost instructional time, that it compromises faculty's ability to deliver their curriculum, and in the case of music, to conduct state-mandated student assessment. They're also configuration for reasons we could go into, but you probably don't really need to know. It prevents the school from fixing those problems in place. There simply isn't the right configuration. There's not enough floor space on the same level, which is what this needs, for instance. And then there are capacity problems. Current facilities simply aren't large enough to meet the current curricular demand, much less the extracurricular demand, because these are all heavily used extracurricular spaces. And they certainly don't provide us with the kind of flexible spaces that we need to meet future demands, some of which we can't necessarily conceptualize. So now if you could go back one slide, please. So here are the basic elements that are included in the original Imagine Project 3. And by original, we're talking about what's in this book from 2018. Okay. In performing arts, there are new music facilities, new black box theater with dressing room and a sound control room. There's a new stagecraft shop for building sets and some new office space and storage. In the physical education spaces, the Imagine team have included physical education spaces that couldn't fit in Project 2 is basically what it came down to. And that included multi-purpose spaces for gymnastics, wrestling, and adaptive and cardio work, a classroom, and some limited changing rooms and storage spaces. Excuse me. All of these spaces for performing arts and physical education are primarily curricular spaces. They're all used to deliver instruction every day, and the vast majority of them are heavily used for extracurriculars before and after school. So the investment is really important in investing in the whole student. You'll see there's also some sustainability infrastructure on the roof that we had anticipated. And then, as Karen mentioned, there are some things that were originally in Project 3 in this book, but that were actually pulled forward into Project 1. And those are mostly the spaces around the entrance and the student commons, the elevator and bathrooms that are adjacent to those spaces, as well as the series of all gender restrooms that are all at the north end of the building, the academic. So all of those are already included in, have already been taken care of, so they don't need to be addressed in the programming for the actual Project 3. With that said, I'm going to hand it off to Mike to explain how all of these elements were originally imagined to fit into Project 3.
How many slides you need? Ooh. Okay, well, let me start with a little preamble here. This is not a set of recommendations. This is a fact that Lynn and I have to remind ourselves of regularly. We stopped the recommendation business in 2018. What we're sharing with you is information and foundational stuff as you proceed with the rest of your work. The conceptual plans that Imagine originally laid out, like Lynn said, include a basement plus 4-story structure immediately west of the field house. All the floor elevations line up exactly with what is being built in Project 2. And it starts out in the basement with the principal element of the basement, as you can see, is a facility for wrestling, a 3-mat wrestling area that includes some spectator seating. And then some fairly loosely defined team storage space, potentially locker space, to be determined. Next slide. Core of this, of course.
Did that go up?
Thank you.
No,
That's good. The core of this, of course, is in the performing arts. And on the first floor, the 5 major components of the performing arts are addressed with new spaces for choir, orchestra, band, black box, and stagecraft. It also includes the ancillary things like individual recording and practice rooms, storage space, office space, etc. If you go up to the second floor, the important difference between today's spaces and the future spaces is that all these spaces really demand 2 floors of space. So you'll see that the chorus, band, orchestra, black box are all 2-story spaces. There is some available space on the second floor, however, for additional individual practice rooms and additional storage. Next slide. The third floor houses the multi-purpose gym, the adventure education and gymnastics. And in this conceptual plan, and I want to keep reinforcing these are conceptual ideas. The conceptual plan included, as you can see, some spectator seating for gymnastics. This is also a 2-story space. Next to it, a 1-story space for adaptive cardio. Next slide. And on the 4th floor, the 2nd-story space for adventure ed gymnastics, and above the adaptive cardio space for mechanical equipment to serve this entire complex. So that was the conceptual approach, the conceptual notion that the Imagine plan originally came up with in 2018. And we'll turn it over to Allison to talk about the current situation. But before I do, Lynn and I would like to thank Karen Sullivan for doing all the work actually to put all this together for us.
You're welcome.
So before I get started, I'm not gonna make the mistake that I made last time when you guys joined the board and I'll introduce myself. The new board members here, I'm Allison Sternquist. I am one of the PK-12 Chicago Region practice leaders. And I've been working with the district with OPRF for going on 6 years now. From the time that we started Imagine Project 1 and worked on all of the construction projects that we've done to date. Serving in a capacity as project manager and really led the design team effort. So through everything that we've done with the district, I'm excited to work with new board members here as well. So as we get into speaking to, go forward one. So as with project 2, we came back and we revisited, as everybody mentioned, as part of the programming, kind of vetting what was done as part of the Imagine plan, with that being a foundation, but obviously recognizing that there are new and evolving needs in the district and making sure that what we move forward with really fits that. And to put a framework on what we're going to talk about here today, this is not a gospel. This is not like, oh, this is what must be done. This is the vetting and the information, not in the anything you could ever possibly want world, but the, I guess, realistic ideal based on the current program needs of the district. We have not cut anything out yet. Here's a statement of, here's the puzzle pieces as they've been presented to us of what should be here. And reality will impose itself along the way in every step of the design process. So we have not imposed any like construction or financial or any of those realities onto this yet. That will come along the way. So this is just the information gathering phase. And so we have not started to put those puzzle pieces together. That's the next phase. We have spent this is the time to sit and listen and make sure that we fully understand everything and to set the stage for all of you to understand as we move forward, what are we willing to make concessions on or not as reality imposes itself. So that's what we're presenting here today is the outcome of that updated research. And as we went into this process, we went back and reviewed the Imagine Master Plan again, especially with regard to this section of it, make sure that we fully understand and have worked closely with Lynn and Mike, and actually with the facilities committee that Mike is a part of. We met with them at the outset of programming to share with them what our planned process was, get feedback from them, and then also about a week and a half ago to share here's where we're at and get their feedback on what they thought was important to present and kind of a framework for the discussion. At the beginning of this, the district sent out a survey to students and faculty members that were involved in the programs that would be impacted by Project 3 and the spaces that we were considering looking at. And then we also met with focus groups of faculty and staff, but also students. And this time we made sure to actually do small groups of students that were recommended by the teachers of that program, because we wanted to make sure that we had a group that was sized small enough that people would speak, that we would get good input from people that really knew those programs and were very involved in them, invested in them. But we wanted to make sure that we heard from everybody, because when you get in a larger group, a lot of times there are people that just won't say anything, even though they have a lot to offer. And that worked out really well. We literally, every single student that we met with gave us a lot of information. And then we also did tours with performing arts faculty. We attended the ones that board members went on, all of them. There was a lot of really good information, that not only talking to them in meetings, but then walking their spaces with them. And then we also, you have a theater consultant report that was part of the programming report, and we brought that specialty consultant out that is an expert in theater design. And actually the consultant that came out attended, he's an OPRF alum that used those theater spaces and actually knew them from his time here. And so that was all part of our information gathering phase leading up to the information that makes up the heart of the recommendations here moving forward. Can advance. So as we get into, go one more. So we'll start with the music spaces. As we get into this, at the beginning, Lynn and Mike mentioned configuration capacity and conditions, which were something that we focused on with Project 2, and as they said here, they are also an issue in a different form than they were in Project 2, but they're still an issue. So while the music and black box spaces are in the 1967 edition, which is newer than the athletic spaces, it still has significant issues. And when you think about how far music and theater and performing arts have come in the intervening years, in those 70, 80 years since these spaces were built, it's significant, especially on a technical front. But also, so the band room in these spaces, while the spaces were designed for that time and were state of the art at that time, these programs themselves have grown significantly. So the band itself at that time was a military style band, and now there's about 125 students in the marching band, which is about 3 times the number of students that were using this space when it was originally designed. And you can see from the images the crowding issues in this space. The crowding issues here are extreme, and that perhaps one of the biggest issues with this space. It also is not designed to, it has tiered levels, so not only does that make it not accessible, but it also actually makes the crowding conditions worse, because it limits the configuration of the space. And the space should be a double height space, and it should have cutting edge digital recording and playback and capability and acoustics. So the whole space is just not designed for the way that what they need right now. And it's the crowding is a security or safety issue. Students, one of the things that's stuck in my brain is you have a million conversations, and there's certain things that stick with you. And one of them that stuck with me was one of the students saying that the crowding is so bad that another student who's playing a trombone or a trumpet will be literally playing it right next to your ear. And you'll exacerbated on top of this are storage issues that, because of the storage issues we'll talk about in a minute, you actually have instruments being stored on the floor in this room, which makes for egress issues, and it's a nightmare, honestly. And when then put this into the context that they currently theater districts for OPRF have 180 students enrolled in 6th grade band right now. So you're at 125 right now, and they don't know what to do with what's coming down the road. So the recommendations here is to eliminate the tiered floor. That allows, when you think about it, not only are the risers not accessible to get up, but for truly accessible space, you need to be able to get to wherever your instrument would be in the room. So you just need a flat space that's what works better, and we'll have the double height space that works for acoustics and have it tied to recording and digital teaching needs of it that are occurring. So it's kind of a simple solution. It's a larger footprint. To give some context, right now this space is 2,180 square feet, and the recommendation right now that's in there is based on standards, 30 square feet per student is appropriate, and at 125 students, that's 3,750 square feet. So that's what we currently have in the report. Moving on to the orchestra room.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Where are the current standards for 30 square feet per musician? Where's the stuff?
So there's Wenner puts some out, and that's what we use, but it's kind of a general standard. But we can share that document. And so then moving on to the orchestra room space. So while the band room was designed for that use, the orchestra room was not. It's a retrofitted classroom. So it is not in any way designed acoustically for what is needed. It's undersized, similar to the band room, maybe not to quite that extreme. They currently have 70 musicians. In order to practice in separating up into the sections that they need to, kids are practicing out in the hallways. And the teacher currently has his office space is within the classroom too, which exacerbates the space issues in this room. And there's also a lot of large instruments, and one of the issues with the orchestra and the band and the practice rooms all being on separate levels. Transporting those large instruments to get to the practice rooms requires going up and down stairs. So not only is that not ADA, those spaces not ADA accessible, it's also very difficult to transport those instruments to and from those spaces. So this again would be increased in size to meet the needs based on 30 square feet per musician. And another aspect of this space is from a temperature control perspective. In the summers, it gets very hot. And in the winters, it gets very cold because with the school closed, the temperature control changes, and there's damage to instruments that happens every year as a result of that. So that would be addressed as part of Project 3. Moving on to the next space. So this space, this digital music room, is something that is a space that was acquired since the Imagine plan was put together. It was a known teaching need, but not an actual space. It was there as part of the Imagine plan, and so this is a new space. It's again a retrofitted classroom. It's designed as a songwriting and guitar classroom where they really need to, as they're writing, be able to record. And instead what they have to do is like go sign up for a space somewhere else and get a time, some other time to record what they wanted to do. And the space is undersized, not quite as dramatically as band, but so this would be a space that would be tied to, set up and designed for what is needed for this this class. Moving on to the next slide. So the chorus room, this again is another one that has the tiered risers that just don't work. Not only does it not work for accessibility, same thing with depending on what your voice is, determines where you should stand and be located in a room. But it also, the risers make it impossible for show choir to use this space because they need a space where they can actually be on the risers that they would be on the stage, which means they cannot use this room. Whereas if they have a room without the risers, they would be able to do that. It also has very poor acoustic separation from the surrounding spaces, which is also an issue with all of the practice rooms, which we'll talk about then. So this one acoustically should have a double height ceiling and be a single level floor that allows it to serve the use that whatever use it needs for during classes and for after school.
Well, one question that I asked to ours, and since you have experience with educational institutions in the area, is to what degree can we get more than one use out of a single space, whether it's an orchestra, room that also doubles as a of course, especially it's now that we're considering flat space that is accessible.
Right.
That is modular. To what extent can we use these spaces for multiple purposes?
So it really depends on how robust your program is. So, the spaces that you currently, like your band and orchestra and chorus, those are booked, like, I believe, every period. So the classes that you have need those spaces every period, but where they serve double use is for practice and for the extracurricular programs, in the evening. So all of these spaces are currently used all day long, just like the athletic spaces were and PE spaces were in Project Two. So while a school that does not have as robust a program as OPRF does, could combine uses of those spaces, it's not really realistic with the amount of programming. You would need these individual spaces, and it's not realistic to have band and orchestra use the same space based on just the current curriculum. It's a very robust, great program that you do. Okay. Next. So the practice and ensemble rooms, so students use these constantly, and these spaces are very small. You have about 14 of them, and the total square footage totals about 500 square feet between all of them. There's absolutely horrendous acoustic separation between them, which kind of defeats the entire purpose of the room, particularly when, as part of the curriculum, students need to actually create recordings of what they're doing, and you can hear someone in the other room, so they literally cannot use these spaces to do their curriculum recording space. They have to go elsewhere in the building in order to do that, and it makes it very difficult to use them for the purpose that they are. So in the Imagine plan and in what we're putting forward is 18 spaces, but we've proposed that there should be a variety of sizes so that you can have some ensemble rooms and some individual spaces. And so, and that comes out to, there's more space that we've provided for that. I put it right here. About 2,000 square feet, which makes, students are actually waiting constantly to use these spaces. They're in use all day long, and they wait for them in their lunch periods, et cetera. So that's part of the recommendations that are in the report. Moving on to the next section. So storage is something that should fall into the background that nobody thinks about, nobody cares about, it just exists. Unless it's a problem, and then it's the only thing you can think of and talk about. And if the music department could have literally gotten up on the rooftops and screamed, "We need more storage," they would have done that. It's the biggest, probably one of the biggest needs that they have. They just are overflowing everywhere. Instruments are stored on the ground in hallways, in the classrooms. They have the marching band uniforms are stored in the orchestra room. There's just no storage space for anything. And the marching band props that they need in order to perform for competitions literally have to be bought and then gotten rid of at the end of the year because there's nowhere to store them and then repurchased the next year. So storage is something that that's a significant part of the programming recommendations moving forward, so that it becomes something you don't think about after this.
I would also add to this slide that after the tour, it was wildly apparent that those storage spaces are unsafe as well. And it came up that this is where band kids have lunch and get together, and it's like looking up and I see 30-pound instruments dangling up, and I'm like, this is terrifying. So I do think it's of note to say it's also a safety issue as well.
Yes. It's a safety issue when you look at that ramp, as people just walk up to get out of the room and there's instruments stored there. It's a problem. It really is, so that needs to be addressed. Next slide. Teachers' offices, these spaces and the performing arts or the theater department are one of the few spaces or departments left that don't have collaborative spaces that have been set as the standard for project 1, 2, and in a 10-year plan, so we would include shared teacher spaces where they that are collaborative as part of project 3. Next slide. All right, so getting to the theater department. So the Black Box Theater, a lot of people that haven't actually been to one probably have no idea that this exists in the district, which is an absolute shame. And one of the points that the theater department made is this is something that we should be putting on display and celebrating, because it really is something that not every district offers, and it's a really cool thing. It is, most of the performances that are done in Black Box Theater are student directed performances. And so this space is basically a double-sized classroom space that was converted to a Black Box Theater. It was never designed to be that. A Black Box Theater is usually 2 stories. What they described is that the stage itself is the appropriate size, everything else isn't. And so they sell out at about 65 seats. They can get up to maybe 80 with certain configurations, but really the sweet spot for an audience size would be about 120 seats. The biggest issue that they have is that there's nothing beyond the curtain, like literally that's it. But you can see the set storage is in the little bit of depth that's on one side of the curtain, and that's where they're storing their sets. There's really no space for actors to be in the wings, and there's almost nothing in the way of support spaces for this. Toilet rooms are far away. And there's no pre-function, there's nothing for this space, it just sort of is where it is. And with it not being double height, that means that the control booth, which should be elevated and overlooking the space and accessible from another space, is on the floor of the performance space, and you have to step up into it to get a little bit of height above the floor, which makes that not accessible. And changing out and dealing with the lights, you have to get on a ladder and do from below, which is a safety concern as opposed to being able to be in a double height space and access them from above. So, in all, it's amazing that what they've done with this space, what they have, but they really deserve a space that's designed for them and for the students that are doing amazing work in the space. So, next. So stagecraft. There is currently a decent sized stagecraft space off of the main auditorium stage, but this program or this stagecraft serves not only the auditorium, but the Little Theater and the Black Box. And at the time the Imagine plan, they mentioned that it's 9 different productions in a year. I believe the theater department quoted to me that this year they did 11 productions. So that space, not only is it serving that, but it's also, there are classes that are taught using this space. So it is just completely overwhelmed with what it's trying to serve, to the point that sets are now being built on the Little Theater stage and the Black Box stage, because they just don't have the capacity in there. And so as part of Project 3, adjacent to the Black Box would be an additional stagecraft space to relieve and serve the needs of that space and put some relief offerings of this space. Next. So costume storage, as part of this is a request from the theater department that was not part of the original Imagine Project 3. In Project 2, we did provide a larger costume storage space than the minuscule one that they had before. We've put out there that they still feel like they need more space. We gave what was available in Project 2. So this is up for just putting it out there as a request, and it'll be vetted as we move forward as whether or not we can make that work in Project 3. Next. Rehearsal space. So this is another space that was desperately needed but not there when the Imagine plan came through, and they were able to acquire this space next to the Black Box recently, and it is used not only by the theater department, but it is also, I believe, used by the music department as a practice space as well. And so it is an actively used all the time space that would be a serious loss if it was not incorporated into Project 3. So it is there as part of the protecting. Next. And so again, Same thing as I said before with regard to teacher offices, when we going down this slide. And then PE, we can keep going, so as Lynn had mentioned, there are spaces that still exist within the footprint of where Imagine Project 3 is planned to go, and so these are the places. The Adventure Ed space, which is one of the most popular PE classes that the district has, and one of the surveys, students are, don't get rid of Adventure Ed, say Adventure Ed, was in the surveys that we got. Currently wrestling, I believe the junior varsity and the girls program uses this space, which they reported it doesn't really work for Adventure Ed to have that flooring in there. And so this space will be there moving forward, but it would be separate from wrestling. It's designed or planned as part of Imagine to be a multi-purpose space. So we'll look at exactly how to make that multi-purpose moving forward.
Yeah, it's looking like.
Yeah.
Say vice versa.
Yeah.
As well, because of the rest of the units on the floor.
Yeah.
Take absorbing a lot of use and
Where there?
areas, tear because of the other uses of that space.
Including archery.
Yes.
So, next slide. So adaptive P, at the time that the Imagine plan was done, adaptive P had this one small little area within the cardio space, which they do have some need to use cardio equipment. And so, but they've since moved out of that space because it just did not serve their needs. They're currently using the One West Gym, which is what you see here, which is a better space for their needs, but it was never designed for the sensory and auditory and just physical accommodations that students in adaptive PE needs. What they really need is a space that's designed for them. They don't need to use it every period, but they need a space that's designed for them that other people can use, as opposed to them trying to make do with spaces designed for other students. So that will be included moving forward. Next. And then the cardio studio, this space, the only reason it's in project 3 is because it can't go away. It is in the footprint, it can't go away, so we're just replacing it with a similarly sized space. It would have adjacency in our minds to the adaptive PE space, so that they can make use of the cardio equipment, but not be together. Next. And so PE classroom, this was not part of the original Imagine Project 3, but as part of Project 2, there were 2 PE classrooms, one within the footprint of Project 2 and one within the footprint of Project 3 that were actively being used by the PE department. And we originally had 2 PE classrooms in Project 2, but as part of the budget considerations, one of them was removed because it was within the footprint of Project 3 and they could continue to use the monogram room, with the anticipation that it would be included in Project 3. So at the moment, it currently is part of what's here. Like I said, we're in that ideal world, not the, we'll see what reality does, but we're currently planning to have this be part of Project 3. And then the trainer spaces, these spaces are also within the footprint of Project 3. The existing ones are severely undersized. And so as part of Project 2, we had hoped to do new trainer spaces, but they just did not make the cut when it came to things in the end with Project 2. So, but we did do a temporary, very light renovation of one of the no longer necessary locker rooms for the interim until Project 3 happens, to give them more taping table space. But a trainer space will need to be part of Project 3 because they won't have one once that area builds. Next, and then wrestling. So as we mentioned, the girls in the junior varsity use the mats in the Adventure Ed studio or area, and then the varsity uses this horrible set of stairs to get up to their wrestling room right now, again, within the footprint of Project 3, the area that would be torn down. And so we're including a 3-mat wrestling space, in project 3 right now.
So one of the things that was apparent in that wrestling room is but then putting in the basement, I don't see that as providing for great ventilation.
So that is where the Imagine plan put it, so as we move into concept, as I mentioned, we have defined what the puzzle pieces are. And now we will start to look at how do these go together, and is that the appropriate location? All of the, that's the next, I physically stop, not physically, like force myself not to start putting the pieces together until tomorrow, assuming you approve. Moving into concept design, where we will start laying out, how does all of this go together? What's appropriate to be next to each other? And you know, a lot of thought went into the Imagine plan, but that does not mean that that is gospel, that that's what it's going to be. Next. And then just a touch on gymnastics was included as part of project 3, but because their original space was torn down as part of project 2. They're currently off-site while project 2 is under construction. The other spaces are being used, but we created a plan for them, we found a home for them in One West Gym, because they would need a home until project 3 was built. But we're anticipating that may be able to just be their permanent home, so they may not need a space within the footprint of project 3. We have the numbers there to accommodate it, should they, but that may be able to just stay and live in One Western and not be in the project. That we'll figure that out as we move forward. Next. And so locker rooms, there are a lot of locker rooms that were part of project 2. All of the PE locker rooms are there. And between the stadium and project 2, almost all of the athletic sports have a dedicated space for them. The only ones that don't are track and field, cross country, and wrestling. And so for now, there is locker room space for those 3 programs planned for project 3. Now we know that as project 2 comes online in 2026, we may find out that may not be necessary. You may be able to make it work. We'll see. But for now, we are planning for that space for those programs. Yes, sorry. And so I just wanted, as kind of wrapping up, one thing I wanted to point out, because as the Imagine plan was put together, it was known. This was known, but it was not necessarily apparent and put front and center to everybody, so I want to put out there. So project 2 starts at the structure of the field house roof comes down right along the east wall of the field house, and project 2 exists from where that structure is east. Project 3, the structure of the field house roof comes down on columns that you see here that kind of live in the middle of where the grandstands are, and the field house, the balcony, grandstands, and storage below it extend beyond those columns. Project 3 starts at those columns and goes west. And so those that existing balcony and the storage spaces below it, and actually the archives room, would go away as part of project 3. So we're making sure that we're saying that now, the district is aware of it, and accommodation would need to be made. The intent is that with the 3-court gym, that large athletic and gatherings would happen there, and that just anything that happens within the field house would not have the same level of audience capacity. So the district is aware of that, putting that out there. What we will need to accommodate, and we're having in our program, is that the field house will still need some storage that will need to be accommodated within the footprint. So that's there. And the district already plans to move the archives to the history museum. So next. So that covers what was in the original Imagine project 3. And at the outset of this, the district or the board asked us to look at, as we're doing the programming, is there anything else that is a pressing need that should be moved up from other Imagine projects, or that just needs to be considered. And so the group settled on 3 spaces that you'll see here in the next session. And basically that's the auditorium, the little theater, and the TV studio, which I'll get into. Go to the next slide. So for the auditorium and the little theater, these were fully investigated as part of the Imagine Plan, and the deficiencies and the needs of them were documented in the Imagine Plan. Where they landed was something had to be cut. We couldn't do absolutely everything as part of the Imagine Plan. The auditorium and the little theater were moved out of the Imagine Plan and plans to be done as part of 10-year capital improvements work. Last year, when the district added the lenses of accessibility, sustainability, et cetera, to the 10-year plan, these spaces renovation and making them accessible was put into the 10-year plan because they have such significant needs on that front. But the reality of financial question marks with the next few years resulted in this year, they were removed because there just wasn't the funding for them. So they currently have no home. So that's why they're brought forward here for the auditorium and the little theater. There's a lot of technical detail for these spaces in the theater consultant report that I encourage you to read and not ask me to speak like an expert on. That's why we had the theater consultant. But in general, from an architectural perspective, these spaces are not particularly accessible. With the auditorium, there's no good accessible route from the house up to the stage, and there's not the dispersing of those seating throughout. What was included in the Imagine Plan was lighting replacement as part of Project 4. So if we did work here, that would come out of future Project 4. The orchestra pit is undersized, but it's better than what doesn't exist in the little theater. When you get up into the catwalks, the lighting position, about 25% of them are obstructed by ductwork. But the other factor in this space is one of the most prominent performance spaces in the district. And you walk through the newly renovated Welcome Center and Commons into a significant downgrade in aesthetic in here. And not only is it a significant downgrade in aesthetic, all of the chairs are like at the end of their useful life and really need to be replaced. So for consideration for renovation would be the auditorium. Next space. And then the little theater, this one has more significant needs really even than the auditorium, especially from an accessibility perspective. There's no elevator, you have to go through basement tunnels to get to the stage on any kind of remotely accessible route. In order to get sets onto the stage, they have to come down the very steeply raised stairs that don't have handrails. And actually they reported that grandparents that get seats in the front, they actually can't get to their seats or back out of their seats because they can't visibly make it there. And the acoustics in the space are a significant issue there is no auditory accommodation in the space. And the worst space acoustically is where the only ADA seating space is at the top of the stage. The wings that are undersized for being able to accommodate the performances that are there. They have to build the sets on the stage. So as part of moving forward, if agreed to, we would study how to make this space accessible and what can be done to improve the space. Next. And the last thing that we looked at was the TV studio. This space was not studied as part of the Imagine Plan. It exists up near the Digital Arts Lab. And it's not necessarily in the wrong space in the building because it being close to that Digital Arts Lab works well for them, and they do have connection with journalism and the English department. But it also seems to make sense to look at it from the perspective of would it be appropriate to locate it near the digital recording capabilities and the types of performance spaces that are part of Project 3. So we looked at it, but the current space just needs a bit of a refresh. There are level changes that we need to be addressed if you renovated that space, and the existing recording space is a little bit too small. It's not in too bad shape though. So, and with that, I think that's sorry, a lot of information. So with this, if anybody wants me to speak to the details of this, I can. There's a decent amount that was in project 3 originally that has been done as part of project 1. And some things that were able to be accommodated in project 2. And then we kind of spoken to the additional needs that were, came in along the way since. One other thing that I would throw out there is that as part of the 10-year plan, some renovations to the field house are slated for 27 and 28. There's flooring and bleachers that need to be replaced and some refresh. And so with looking at everything holistically, as we move forward, we would really kind of look at what makes sense for the spending of that money, because it would not make sense to invest money and then tear down and open up that and do damage to any investment we just made. So we'll just kind of look at what makes sense for that. That's it.
So thank you. That's a lot, and I want to just also open it up for any discussion and questions that boy, I have read it. But yeah,
First, I'd like to thank Mike and Lynn for your continued work. I think your commitment to this over, what is it, 7, 8 years now, it's just been phenomenal, and I think the district and in the community over there, I just want to say thank you very much for your continued participation. So, in putting this together. Allison, I think this is I know about a year ago or maybe a little longer, I started asking about Project 3, and this is really exactly what I was looking for. And I thank you. I don't think there's any need for from my perspective, to get any of these details, because they're all, you know, it's all still a conceptual, you know, and it's just you define the needs. And I thank you for doing that. That's... Oh, and one thing I do want to make an exception to is, I believe you said that the renovations of 1967 were 70 or 80 years ago.
Yeah.
I was around.
And that's sitting in, I'm like, on the spot, sorry. But I promise my mask goes normally, right?
That was a little bit,
So I also thank you for this very thorough report. And I also thanks to Mike and Lynn for the tour. It's the second tour that I've had. We also had a Project 2 tour. And I can't underscore enough how informative and how useful it is to see the spaces up close and personal. And I really hope that as it was a part of the communications and outreach efforts with our community with Project 2, I hope that we coordinate several tours of the spaces for the OPR community to see up close and personal what it's like, because I cannot underscore enough the takeaways that I had after the tour, and I was troubled by several safety issues with the spaces. I am a pretty claustrophobic person, and I felt claustrophobic in several of the spaces. I was curious about how many people are estimated to be claustrophobic, and it's, you know, around 1 in 9, higher in females than males. I don't know if the ratio is a student's offhand here, but so there are several areas where we're talking about where there's public health issues associated with the current state of these spaces, with physical and mental health. And that was just very, very glaringly apparent to me after the tour. So I hope we very meaningfully incorporate that into our communications and PR work. I think people have to see the spaces themselves to really get a feel for just how deeply we need these improvements. So thank you. Oh, one last thing. In the future iterations of programming research, as we lead up to the next phase of the Imagine plan, I would love to see listening tours incorporated as an instrument. I think it's a very effective way to get at, I do appreciate that you, not a big focus group person, because I don't like group speak. I think there's threats to validity and reliability with that, with focus groups, but I do like that you focus on smaller groups, which is great. But I think really taking a good look at how effective listening tours can be in an educational setting going forward. Would really appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand a little bit, it became apparent that there are some people who think are probably needs and then some wants. How, can you walk me through a little bit the process as to how we figure out whether it's budgetary or prioritize one item or the other, and where we reach compromise and what that looks like as we move through the process?
So from my side, we don't make decisions on what gets cut. We present, we communicate as things come along the way. It may not just be budgetary, it may be logistics, it may be a number of different things. And so throughout the entire design process, there is a group that we're working with, and we're reporting to the facilities committee and then the main core team, and then we start to figure out, okay, here's the issues, here's the options of the good, the bad, and the ugly, and and my team will share pros and cons that we see, but ultimately that comes, what that group feels is appropriate to bring to the board is what gets to the board, and then the board decides what stays and what goes and what the budget is. And so for us, it's just bringing forward, here's the reality of everything, and then we get the estimate back and look at, okay, what can we do? There are some things that we know are like not that big a deal that nobody would ever even notice, and then there's things that it's like, no, we have to, bring it forward.
As a new board member, you'll hear a term that we love to talk about during project 2, and that was value engineering. And that's when we get the full schematic design and into the construction type drawings and really start to look at, okay, what's the true cost of this? Is there a way with everything involved that we can make changes to bring the cost down? Or at that point, does there need to be a reduction to stay within the budget? But it's a kind of a very step-by-step transparent process between the administrative team, our various committees, FGM, and then we bring it to the board for approvals as well.
And I would say too, that decision-making process is why this part is so important, because understanding the true need and where, like I said at the outset, where you're going to make concessions and where you're not, comes from having this depth of knowledge. And really, with every district that we work with, when it comes to putting options on the table, we always keep in mind students first, what the student and the learning needs first. And so we look at what we can do from a construction perspective and all of that first, and program last.
So one of the things that I've been bringing up as we've discussed this, and I'll continue to throughout the process, is right, the only way this is done is with therapists. And one of the things that I think we need to be conscious of as we go through it is how are we putting forth an effort to make compromise where we can, and making that public and available all throughout the process. That's going to be the best way to get the passed if that's where the sense of it. So wish so where we can make concessions, making sure the public is aware of those concessions being made, it is going to be crucial.
Absolutely.
Questions or any comments? Thank you to Alan and Molly and my Karen, thank you all for all the work on it. So we are going to now go back to our action items. Extremely good. And first one is action item A, move to approve the 2025-26 contracts with various service providers in the amounts outlined within the memo. Now I'll call for the discussion or questions on those. I'm sorry, second. Discussion or questions?
Just as a quick point of reference for our two new board members, there'll be several items that come forward at the June meeting that are annual items. This would be one of them, setting the contracts in place for our service providers for the following year.
We'll call the roll.
Which specific service providers?
Yeah.
These would be,
You want me to go through them?
yeah, go through the list. I have an agenda.
Or even just which agenda item?
This agenda is action item.
A.
Action item A.
This is all, so this is the four contracts listed under it.
There's one for speech pathology services, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and then social services.
That's your stuff. Sorry, we're getting used to the new.
Yes.
We're-
You knew it.
We all are.
Can we discuss a little bit, some of the speech pathology services, the increase?
So every year we have a series of related services that don't really require a full staff person to be on our staff, so we contract those services out. The increase in hours are directly related to the increase in the additional classroom we have at the state program this year. So because there's more students, we just need more services, so that's the increase. And then the increase in rate is just over time, the contracts, they, every year we kind of go back to more on the rates and we try and stay in line here with, kind of right around the same with each contracts.
The supplemental healthcare, right, I'm familiar with speech pathology. Supplemental healthcare, that's like a staffing, as opposed to, directly contracting with an individual. Do we explore direct individuals for those services at all?
So the two, the Health Pro Pediatrics and the supplemental healthcare are directly related to the staff people we have a historical relationship with. So I would say the relationship with the employee comes first, and then we use these companies because they're the companies who they work with in terms of licensing and just general, as I understand, they've explained it to me, just general, like how they keep their licensing and professional development.
Questions or discussion? We'll call the roll. Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. Gertz?
Yes.
Dr. Livingston?
Yes.
Dr. Lindell? Yes. Mr. Martinez?
Yeah.
Mr. Brunswick?
Yes.
And Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Item B, we have already covered. Thanks again for the $1 million. Item C, I move to approve the CDW proposal for the 2025-2026 school year for a total amount of $54,793.29. Second. Open for any discussion or questions. And the contracts are listed in the contract is listed in the agenda.
This isn't something that we would possibly get discounting through our intergovernmental agreement on purchasing. I know some instances.
Eric, I'm not sure if you are still on the Zoom, if you would happen to know that I am unsure of, but I do not believe so.
For the most part, the elementary schools, they use very little Microsoft. They're mostly Apple shops. And so we are a whole fully functional Microsoft shop in terms of licensing and office products. So there may be some synergies, but it would be more to the elementary feeder district's benefit than to ours.
Other questions? Right. Call the roll.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Mr. Gertz,
Yes.
Dr. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Grindhouse,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
and Ms. Williams-Lee.
Yes. Item D. Move to approve the annual support contract for Decision Ed in the amount of $36,955 for the 2025-2026 school year.
Second.
Questions or discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the roll.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Dr. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Gertz,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Grindhouse.
Yes.
And Ms. Williams-Lee.
Yes. Item B, I move to approve the project authorization for conceptual design with FGMA for a cost of $182,500 to be paid for with 2025-2026 budgeted funds, and this is under the Imagine Project 3, item E.
Second.
Discussion, questions?
I do have a couple questions, and I wonder if Allison could comment on. I am curious on the timeline. There's a line on here, this is like the timeline shows community outreach meeting for sometime in August. What is the, what do we hope to accomplish with that? What will be accomplished in that outreach meeting?
So, Greg, you may want to speak more to, I know that what the hope was once I believe we got started with the next school year, but before we came forward, that there would be some community meetings, but I know that you and Karen had spent a lot of time, so I included that, but really this is something that you guys have planned out.
Well, there are a few things that could be part of that. There was actually a recommendation maybe earlier today that speaks to that, but also as part of any capital project like this, you know, our district has a racial equity analysis tool. And that speaks to that process as well, right? So there would be public engagement to ensure that the needs of Project 3 are meeting our district's activities.
Okay. I just a comment on that. I was happy to see that line. I think that part of the success of the original Imagine project, I think that part of the community's continuing support of the past capital improvement projects, it has been that we've given the community opportunities to provide feedback, meaningful opportunities for real feedback, and we've adjusted that feedback, and it's at times impacted the work. And so I think it's great that we're going to do this in August. The timing of that community meeting, I think needs to be such that it really could provide potential for feedback that is used by FGM, right? So it can't be after FGM's draft is complete. It can't, you know, there needs to be sufficient time between that feedback opportunity for the community. I just don't want it to be a pro forma and dog and pony show. I want the community to really feel that they have an opportunity to provide feedback and that we're listening to them. I think that's going to be important. And I hope that going forward over the course of the school year, that won't be the first and last opportunity for the community to really tell us what they think about this project. I think that's an important part of establishing trust. That we are listening to them, that we're responding to community concerns, and I think that we should do that again, at least once more in the spring, if it's not more often than that. So great that it's there. I think we should make even more of an effort.
And I was weighing in that, yeah, the intent would be to bring in September a report to the board, so the idea was to do it in August where we've gotten some of the way in, but also passed some people's vacations and whatnot, and be at the beginning of school year, but before we bring forward. And with each phase, we're going to have community outreach and so that's just for concept before we bring forward concept. And that's, like I said, the puzzle pieces starting to come together where we put a lot of definition in is during schematic design in order to get to that first budget. Or not budget, but estimate provided to the, so there will be a lot of opportunity when the next school year starts in that fall before we finalize schematic design for more input. And then again, after that is there as you're making your decisions in the spring on funding and you know, what the scope truly is, there'll be time for that as well.
That's great, great. One of the meaningful things, one of the things that really helped me during the Imagine project was seeing firsthand what other high schools are doing.
Yes.
Right, seeing our spaces and then going and visiting other high schools and seeing the contrast between the two.
Yes.
And the contrast in what our kids' daily lives and daily experiences are and our faculty's daily experiences are and what kids are enjoying at other high schools. Because it is often a stark contrast. And so we can't take our community members and parents and families to lots of other high schools and show them, but we certainly can show them a lot of photographs and videos from other high schools. So as we go forward, I thought it was really effective, Allison, all the photos that you included in your written materials here. I do that and do that even more, that show us solutions from other high schools, show us what other students are enjoying at other high schools, whether it's in our conference or other peer districts, because the contrast is stark. And I think that really helps people understand why we need to go forward with this project and what our kids don't enjoy in this district. So that's just a comment.
Absolutely, and actually, my team was just talking about how at the beginning of this project, with these types of spaces, that it would make sense to take a group to visit some of those spaces. And there are spaces that actually some of the faculty mentioned to us that if, you know, they're not ones that we necessarily designed, that if this is what we like and what we want, and we can see that particular space that is something that spoke to them. So we will absolutely look at doing that.
That's great, and as we do that, if we can photograph and take videos and, I think that would be wonderful and really would help, I think, a lot of people in the community understand what we're doing. And then finally, sort of on the same vein, and this isn't necessarily for the next phase, but I think that it's going to be important for the coming year in our work and explain to the community what we're doing here. I'll just share, I was at the River Forest Community Collaboration last night. That's a meeting of representatives from each of those taxing bodies in River Forest, and I was explaining what we're going to do tonight, and just walking them through sort of the P3 schedule. And the very first question that the River Forest leaders had was, how many Ps are there going to be? What comes next after P3? That was their main interest, was how does this all play out? Like, we got 1 and 2 in place, that's great, we support all of this. P3 sounds solid, but what comes after P3? And I really think that we need to make sure that is part of our narrative. We can't just explain to the community what is in this project. We've got to constantly help people see, and I think that we have to be very clear as well. What's left? What's the at least general plan for addressing all the other needs that we haven't addressed yet? So just put that out there. Again, you have rightly been focused on P3. I think your report is excellent. I'm excited about going forward to the next phase. But I just wanted to share that I think that's going to be an important part of, and Board Member Kurtz suggested, a lot of this process is about inspiring trust, right? And I think helping the community to understand how P3 fits into the longer term, multiple phase, capital improvement plan here. I think it's better for everyone, so, thank you.
What else? And I just wanted to just add on the communication side, to what both Tim and Jess said, as we're looking at how we engage the community, how we connect, how we build trust. Trust is really driven by consistency and competence. And really being able to do what you're gonna do and how you're gonna say, so how we communicate, how we engage, how we connect is something that's very critical. I know that the administration has this top of mind. And I think the board is something that we continue to really make sure we're monitoring and engaging in, because that will be very important for moving this forward. And your points come about really what's next. I think just reminding people and telling, kind of what's the plan, what's the story, what's been done, what's coming. Those are things that we're getting better at doing, and we just gotta make sure that we stay on top of. Right, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Brewster,
Yes.
Dr. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Brandwas.
Yes.
Mr. Parkin,
Yes.
and Ms. Williams.
Yes. Okay. We will now move to item F on the action item, and this is for approval of the property, casual liability, and workers' compensation insurance renewal for the 2025-2026 school year at an annual premium of $996,048. Second.
Second.
All right, discussion questions.
Just for our new board members, we have Kathy Sleemus here from Alliant. So just so you know who is sitting up here helping with the questions.
Thanks for having.
So, just in transparency, Kevin, I am in the industry.
Correct.
I asked a bunch of questions, they came back, I think, for them. Bottom line here is our premiums up 30%. It's not unjustified based on our losses. I'm a legacy in the business. My grandfather and father were both in the property casualty insurance business. And the family mantra is all losses are preventable. So I feel that we have gone astray here, and we're not doing an adequate job of controlling losses. And I know your organization quite well, and I know that you're very capable of giving us direction and resource, and providers also giving us resource. I think we need to avail ourselves of it and making this a top priority of the coming years. This can be, these losses, there's lots of situations you can turn around very quickly. I've seen it done.
Agreed.
Simple things, I look and see slips and falls, those are, that's category one. I think in loss control, lifting, some of the issues with our breaking up the fights, the illness, using people, all of those things can be turning. I mean, I will say that yesterday I sat in my computer in my office taking a 45-minute training class on privacy and data.
Sure.
Those are things that obviously we need help with. And I would hope to get together. I think this can't just be on Tony's shoulders either. I think that we should have a committee.
Yeah, we would recommend that.
To meet on a regular basis, at whatever's needed, maybe it's once a week. Or once a month.
Yeah.
Once a quarter,
Whatever works.
and to put together a plan of action.
That would be step number one. That'd be a great idea.
Okay, then getting into some of I think that's the overriding issue that I have. Getting into some of the specifics, you showed us some cost savings. I don't know, if you are recommending any of these in terms of changing in deductibles.
I feel like you lose the effectiveness, if you're gonna save $20,000 to raise your deductible to $100,000. To me, that doesn't make sense, one claim is gonna knock that out. Plus, so, I mean, again, I present the options, you guys can decide, I don't necessarily recommend. I don't think any of them are big cost savings for you.
One of the things that also concerned me was the workers' comp schedule.
The schedule.
Modifier,
Yeah,
which is a discretionary on the underwriter's part. I don't know how big a hammer he is to beat up the underwriter.
I will tell you, their loss forecasting had you at a 50% increase,
Mhm.
so we used a pretty big hammer.
Right, but our experience model went down.
It did, but what they look at is the 5 years of losses, right?
No, I know this.
You know what they look at.
Okay,
And unfortunately, that 5th year plays a part, that was the last year with the previous agent, it went up
and my point
quite a
being
bit, yeah,
is that it was with the previous carrier, which means our current carrier didn't
correct.
see.
But
any of
it's an
those losses.
indicator of what may come. So again, it's all a guessing game and they use their rate and they use their predictive models, but they have to look at 5 years of losses. What do those look like? And then try to predict what is going to happen in the future. So that, right now, it's.
I understand that,
Yeah.
I'm just saying is that the modeling or the way the workers' comp calculations go, there's a factor in there
Mhm.
for.
For discretion, like you said, yeah.
I'm not saying discretion, I'm talking about experience model.
Oh, the mod itself,
Alright,
yes.
which just calculates us versus our industry,
Everyone like you, yeah.
everybody like us.
Mhm.
And that adjusts us, and now this is a pretty big adjustment.
Well, you also have to consider that for 1 year, let's see here. You had a fantastic year, in 21-22. A lot of schools did with
Right.
COVID and no one being here, so that is pulling your mod down, but what's happened since then is the story and why the modifying factor, why they used it. Because they're showing a story of this is going up. And then looking at the last year prior to COVID, that went way up. So yes, it is discretionary, but the good news is the mod went down, the bad news is the modifying factor went up. And unfortunately, the mod will most likely go up next year based on.
No, I understand the
So,
model,
yeah.
the experience model is going to.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. I'm just trying to take advantage of what we got
Sure.
right here and now,
Sure,
and that we can move that mod after next year by controlling losses.
I think your idea of committee is perfect and your carrier with has great resources in terms of risk management and loss control. So
We need to take.
you're with a
advantage of
perfect partner
ourselves.
and we can help facilitate all that, but yeah, I can, like you said, I can.
Right, I'd much rather put $25,000 in the loss control than $100,000.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'd much rather put $25,000
Got it,
into loss control,
sure,
alright? And then put $100,000 into additional premium.
well, being guaranteed costs, your loss control is included in your premium, let's take advantage of it, let's get $100,000 of loss control services out of that money,
Okay,
is my thinking.
alright, the other two areas that I'm concerned about are the crime and the cyber.
Mhm.
Okay, first of all, the crime, $500,000 for crime seems wholly inadequate to me. That's something that I would have sold, a small business on a bond. We have 500 employees, we have a budget of almost $100 million. They have $500,000 on crime coverage. If somebody were to have access to our assets, it seems very inadequate. I don't know if you guys are capable of doing any kind of limit analysis. And if it means that we have to separate crime outside of this package and buy it separately,
Yeah, we could do an analysis. I will tell you the good thing, the school districts do a really good job of checks and balances and making sure that there usually isn't a person that's able to get away with $1 million, right? The biggest crime claim I've ever seen in the school district is about 150,000. But yes, we can go up to 1 million within this program. And we could look at excess options.
well, and then the other, that brings kind of to the other issue of social engineering program. Which this policy is only affording $50,000.
Yeah, most crime policies don't give you any. That's something you
Well,
find on your cyber
You can buy it,
typically.
I mean, I buy
It's
it.
very expensive. Yes, but you can.
Anyways, it can be purchased, that is the new, what I say, it is the new crime of
Oh, sure.
today. of
Fishing,
today.
absolutely, spear fishing.
You know, in the 1930s, it was bank robbery, you know, in 2020s, it's social engineering. And so it wouldn't take much for somebody, you know, to send us a official looking request. And have a clerk somewhere approve it, and boom, $150,000 is going out of the bank. It happens every day and all the time. So I think social engineering, whether it's on the crime policy or on the cyber policy, or is bought separately.
You do have 500,000 on the cyber for this.
I didn't see that.
Cyber's, it's on hold right now. Due to underwriting reasons, we've extended the current policy, but
Yeah.
last year, I believe at your recommendation, it was increased from 250,000, which is the norm, to 500.
I'd even like to see
Higher options?
analysis on the cyber as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, that'd be easy to do.
Because-
Like you said, you guys are getting attacked all the time, school districts are, so.
Right, I mean, school districts is a repository of personal identification information.
Yeah,
And so that's what people are attacking.
sure.
And, you know, like hospitals, like
Mhm.
large retail organizations.
Sure, it's agencies.
Yeah. So you know, I would like to see if you could do some kind of a limited analysis.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if we do have the social engineering on the cyber, then I feel more comfortable about.
Yeah, it's just good to go throw in.
Not having kind of crime, but also I look, if it's possible to increase that as well.
The crime.
On the cyber, the social engineering and stuff.
We could give you two options. It would be excess,
That's fine.
for excess fares, but absolutely. Once we get through the renewal, yeah, with the cyber.
I think those are the areas, in looking at your proposal. That I thought needed to be addressed.
Sure.
But I really implore the administration, all right, to put some work into putting together whether you wanna call it a safety committee or
Plan review committee.
well, it's kind of plan review and safety
Yeah.
are two different things. And actually, I've done it where I've had within one organization, two different committees.
For both, yeah.
One, so, but it is to put together and design, you know, a program. Across the board, because different training needs to be done in different areas.
It's really impactful. You'll see after a couple of years, you'll see it.
And I could go through each one of these losses and give a reason why I think that they all prevent. That even a hood flying off the roof in a once in 100-year windstorm, could have been prevented. I think with proper inspection, it might have been found, maybe it was a whole system before or something.
Yes. Sure.
And then the other thing is on there, we do have one claim that occurred to a sprinkler head, which was a substantial water damage claim.
Correct.
And I was under the impression that there was some subrogation going on against the contractor who installed, because that was right after the project one finished.
Typically, once the claim is settled and done, it looks like you still have some significant reserves, the carrier will then pursue subrogation, absolutely.
Okay, they don't tender that to the carrier of the contractor during the course of the claim?
It's been my experience, they wait, so they know what they've got.
Mhm.
Obviously, I'm sure talked, looking into it to see is there potential there, and then they're ready to go.
The
Once
problem
claim is closed.
is that we're paying for that as we go. Each
But we
time-
don't know if
each
there will
time
be
we renew the
subrogation,
property coverage, that's taken in, that loss is taken in consideration.
Yeah, the one from, 2024, yeah. So the goal too is to push this to close, so my question would be, is there a way we can move this along to get it closed out, get those reserves down? And then get subrogation moving.
Certainly.
That's what, I'll look into that with the claims adjuster to see why is this still open, what are they getting for, what's needed. Problem.
So I completely agree with Fred's points. I especially agree with, I don't think 500,000 is enough for cybersecurity. I think it should be twice that amount.
Well, that was.
Well, your limit is 3 million, that's just the social
Cyber
engineering.
is-
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yes, you have one of the highest cyber limits in any of the
Okay,
districts.
good. When will we have clarity on the, when do you expect, is that holding, pattern?
The cyber insurance renewal is due in about 2 months.
And then I was reminded of my least favorite utility comment recently.
I know where you're going.
The curveball that they threw us with the geothermal installation. I was reminded of the comment vault and how extremely costly that was. Could you just help me understand how this works? When we have how ComEd is not culpable for that disaster and how that ends up being such a hawk on our
Yes.
face and our record insurance.
That might be outside of my expertise, I do know that it depends on the statutes and where does your responsibility begin, where does theirs end? I would have to look into that pretty specifically. I know for my personal home, there are things that have happened that I thought belonged to the town. And they said, no, they belong to you, so it just depends on, and they're obviously a big company, I don't know. Big entity, are they able to push back harder, but I can look into it and find out. But that one's definitely closed and done. And I doubt it's subrogation, being that it's ComEd. But we will look. And you scared me with the band instruments hanging over student heads. ComEd, I don't even.
Mention the circular saw.
Please don't, and don't take me back. Please don't. Anyone else?
So just, Ray, if we were discussing deductibles, I noticed that at least one market was declined to quote specifically because we had $0 deductible. And I understand that it's pretty common to have a $0 deductible at our size, but would that potentially open us up to more markets in the future?
That's a good point, so I would recommend next year looking at deductible or self-insured retention options, that would open up more markets. It also would lower the premium, but obviously then you'd have a per claim deductible. We may wanna wait, get the safety committee in place, get that running, because that's something that will help lower those losses and then have fewer of those deductibles. But I think that's something to look into for sure in the future.
And then as far as some of these claims, like, I don't know the details about it, obviously full disclosure, we worked at client together at the same time, I think,
Sorry?
I stopped working there.
Okay, right, when we all got some.
Yes.
But so on a different floor than me.
Okay, yeah, but I worked in the health and welfare.
Sure it is, okay.
But with some of these, I'm looking at the amount of question and the cause. And some of them seem to be bigger runway, right? Like lifting a box for 30 pounds, being almost $300,000, right? I injured my shoulder and my chest. What kind of loss control are we undergoing as far as like honoring the claim, making sure that these aren't being, we're not dipping into general medical and it's strictly related to the workplace injury and trying to encourage people to come back to work or like stuff.
That's a good point. So you are with one of the best carriers in the state for work comp, for being aggressive, for making sure that this is truly work related. They, unfortunately, some of these, depending on the injury and age of the person, they can be quite expensive. Return to work, light duty is huge for keeping these claims down. It's really hard for a lot of school districts to do that. But that would be something that committee could potentially tackle. It's been proven if you can get people back within their modifications, get them doing stuff, they don't wanna do a job that's not theirs, right? They wanna get back to doing their job. Sitting at home maybe is nice, but if you get them back doing something that they don't wanna do, they're gonna get better quicker, usually and come back sooner. So I think that's a great idea to look into that.
Do we have is there a industrial clinic that we recommend people to? I know in Illinois you can't do that. But
There is,
you can recommend.
yes, you can.
Because I liken it to athletic training.
Mhm.
So if one of our athletes gets injured, okay? They are directed through our athletic trainers to a sports medicine doctor.
Sure.
Okay, so if one of our workers is injured, we can recommend to them.
You can say, this is our preferred,
Industrial medical
Yes.
facility.
you just can't know when I make that.
Yeah, we can't require it, but we can say here.
That's
you were
part,
saying
yes,
for-
absolutely, that should be part of the program, I believe it is. Your carrier has those that they work with.
So then where's the disconnect? So is that being relayed and communicated?
Oh, yeah,
effectively?
I'm sure it
Is it
is.
solely carrier to claim it? Does that come through the school district at all?
It's typically when the injury happens, it's usually the employer says, here's who we would recommend. But a lot of these people, no, go to my own doctor, not going anywhere with my own, so in Illinois, they have that choice. You cannot tell them where to go, but I believe here, as in all districts, there is a recommended vendor. They just don't always go there.
Dr. Dunn, can you guys speak to the?
Yeah. We are recommending, this is an area that we have seen as, I don't want to say a blind spot, but just a deficiency here that the process is a little bit antiquated in filing the claims. There's times that by the time we get all the needed paperwork to open the claim, they've already went through their own doctor. We are just at the point we are ready to, when staff returns, it'll be web-based reporting now that will expedite this process and then allow us to get information on the incident far quicker. And then there will be as that information is provided, then there will be several times that in real time they'll get kind of the recommended steps with our recommendations of where to go and be seen as well.
Then I should probably know this, but I'll ask the question. Proposed as a potentially recommended coverage was management liability, like directors and officers.
Oh,
Does the board have protection
You do.
individually?
You do, I'm sorry, that is our like prefab wording, I hate that that's in there. You have educators legal liability, yes.
Okay.
They put that in there as a CYA, I think, but I can't remove any of that wording from there.
As I'm kind of, you're joking, I don't have to eat tacos, but.
There's always something that we can get out of there, no, you guys are protected under the policy.
It's scheduled and coverage is afforded under the access as well.
It goes up to the excess, yeah.
Through up to the.
Right. And that's, since you mentioned excess, I'm gonna throw it out, that's one nice thing that your carrier does and others don't. Your excess is a tower for each liability.
not just a limit for everybody. So you really have a nice, robust excess limit.
Just wanted to get back to something, I believe, Fred, you said this, that we currently don't have a risk management. Right, like exclusive
Not my
risk
knowledge.
management committee. We have risk management baked into several of the different committees in a variety of ways, but it seems like it makes a lot of sense. That it really behooves us to have an exclusive risk management committee. So I'd like to float that as an idea. I believe you brought it up, Fred, recently. So it seems like that's a blind spot for us if we're not having exclusively a risk management.
So, thank you. And just a couple of things just to reiterate that came up, and I submitted questions about safety, just given what we saw with the experience, on the workers' compensation side in particular. And so I do agree with my peers about having a safety committee. What I'd also say, however, is that you can put the training out and you can have a process, but you've got to change the mindset, you got to change behavior. So whatever gets done with this, having a change management plan so that you can actually shift culturally kind of how employees think about safety is really going to be critical for any kind of long-term sustainability in this area. And Jonathan, to your point about risk management, looking at from an enterprise risk perspective and how do all the various pieces fit together. So whether we're talking about on the people side or we're talking about the financial side or whatever those elements are, but really taking a very holistic view at risk. And how do we as an enterprise make sure that we're appropriately understanding what the risk is and what kind of mitigation to do to lower some of our costs. Thanks a lot. Thank you. And we still have, I'm so approved, so we're gonna move to. We have. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. We'll stop. Lisa, please close the roll. We'll stop. Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Mr. Myers.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Dr. Odell.
Yes.
Mr. Burns.
Yes.
And Ms. Williams.
Yes, and I will stop trying to move ahead, but I'll officially approve it, so, okay. I'm going to, item G, and this is the approval of the Always Medical Carrier Contract Extension for, fiscal year 2026, and the amount of $36,440.80. Second? Second. All right. Questions, discussion?
Did we have an option to go out to bid for this? Is this a service that we frequently put out to bid?
This is always very specialized medical transport service. There's fewer carriers than say general transportation or special education transportation in the industry. Because of that and because of their reliability, we did not take it to bid because they were willing to hold their rates flat with us. If we felt that the service was lacking, then it would make sense to go out to bid, but for the specialized service they provide, they've done a great job, and being willing to hold the rates flat again meant that we didn't, there was not going to be a financial incentive to take this to bid.
The question, discussion? We will call the roll.
Mr. Burns.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Dr. Odell. Yes. Mr. Ramos.
Yes.
And Ms. Williams.
Yes. Item H, approval of the Athletico agreement for FY 2026 and recommend that Athletico continue to serve as the district's provider of athletic training services for a cost of $83,880.16. Second. Discussion.
Just to answer question from the last one, this is one again that Nicole Epson and I speak about before we talk about the extension. Is it time to go to an RFP and look for a new training service? In her communications with other high schools, other companies out there, or even some districts, this is a very thin market right now. And many of the districts are finding they are not able to be staffed appropriately by various providers. Athletico has been very consistent with the staffing that we needed, and she did not feel this was the time to go to an RFP as long as the extension was in a reasonable amount. There'd be a lot of risk with being understaffed, and especially the continuity of having a staff that's familiar with our facility, given the relocation of some activities during Project 2.
Right.
Yeah, so my question here is, first of all, I've actually have worked with Athletico and seen their, what the trainers do, and they're excellent. They really are. However, I still question whether we should be looking at having our own in-house trainer, at least one, someone on staff. Other schools I know do that. I also know that other schools have educational programs around athletic training. And, as we look at our, post-secondary pathways, we ought to be considering that in part of our, whether it's our CNA program or our medical program, because you can go to some of these other schools and, they have kids who have been trained, high school students, and they're doing, whether it's the taping of ankles or, cleaning up a scrape or a cut or something else. They're thoroughly capable of doing it, and it is a path to another career. And I think that's something that we really ought to be looking at, with the, is a mesh between the athletic department and your PE department and our curriculum.
Agreed, that actually is a topic that came up in conversations with Nicole. Athletico does provide that training for some of our students to be able to assist their trainers, but it's not to the level that, say, a full in-house educational program would be. That is something she is looking at potentially exploring. And again, not as say a replacement to Athletico, but as a supplement, and something she's looking at this year. So,
but I also think that looking in doing a study on having our own in-house trainer gives some stability, because those athletic trainers do rotate. They come and go. I think if you can get one for 3 to 5 years, you're lucky, a good one. And so, that I think by having at least one person who's on our staff is in a training capacity, would benefit our students as well.
I just think, but 3 bodies for 83 grand, there's no way we're gonna get,
No, it's not a full-time position. It would be a stipend position.
Okay.
I just want to point out, just for sake of fairness and transparency, we do have in our physical education department, an athletic training techniques course. I understand what you're talking about is a full practical around it. But the foundation for that from a curriculum perspective is in place. So it'd be a matter of connecting something like this curriculum, something a little bit more scaled up.
The other, other questions or discussion? Let's move to the roll.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Burns,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Dr. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Bernhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Grossman,
Yes.
and Ms. Williamson.
Yes. And our final action item is item I, approval of the Alternative Learning Opportunities Program, ALOP, agreement for the 2025-2026 school year.
Yes.
Discussion or questions?
So the West 40 has two other schools that they recommend to Oak Park, is that correct?
Two others.
That there are two programs, two separate programs through alternative learning?
Yes.
But it's all through West 40, or are these separate independent?
No, they're all in West 40.
Okay, do we use anyone besides West 40 for alternative learning, or that's the sole?
For my department, that's the sole provider.
It's the kind of now that high schools in our region who are in West 40 tap into the state service.
And the budgeting for two, I'm going to presume I'll still ask you, the budgeting for two students to attend, that's, we've done an assessment, and we concluded that that's appropriate.
Yes, for the high needs learning. Yeah, so we budget for two, simply because it's broken down, the payments are broken down by semester. I'm sorry, by quarter, and so we pay by quarter, but it may not be two students, it could be one student that's there for that quarter. Sometimes they recommend that they stay the entire semester based on the need. So far, we've only had one student use the service, but again, we budget for two in the event that we need another person. We can put up to 4 in place of one student. That makes sense.
Let's go ahead, call roll.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Grossman,
Yes.
Mr. Gertz,
Yes.
Dr. Odell. Yes. Mr. Grindhouse.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
and Ms. Winfrey.
Yes. And that concludes our action items. We've already had our discussion, so we are going to move to governance. And this was already recommended by Graham earlier, but our updated board atlas is included in the governance section. And if you haven't had a chance to review the updated fiscal piece, just recommend you go through the web, it has good information just for us, and we'll continue to keep this updated as we go. And that will move to item 12, which are updates on our district community, our committee reports. And so we'll start with reports to be had for CFC, other meetings, and Tim, you referenced the River Forest Collaborative also met.
Yeah, we met last night and really nothing else to report.
We will be having a second meeting for our working group, around, making amendments to the tri-board contract for really shallow collaboration for challenge education. That's scheduled for July 10th, I believe, is that something? It's coming up July.
I'm not sure exactly the date. I don't know when I'll be there.
And I have a meeting coming up, but we've not moved that yet for. Okay, any future agenda items?
And can I just say, I was so excited coming to this meeting because I was looking forward to watching Fred shred his stuff on that company. And then come to find out, we have 2 experts on this stuff. It's like, we got freaking Batman and Robin.
Wait till the fall, Jennifer's come on.
I think it raised a really important issue of what I would call safety culture. And so I would like to ask if we can ask for a follow-up report from the administration, could even be just FYI, as to what action are we taking to convene, leverage the resources from our broker, and really address, I think about industrial environments I work in, and it's a safety culture that seems like it's broken here. Last thing I'll mention about it is that I'm sure you all read and saw in the atlas that among our financial peer districts, the benefits costs are the highest among our peers. So not that they're necessarily a one-to-one connection, but there's certainly overlap. So I would appreciate it if the administration would come back to us with some kind of a report or update on the fall around what we're gonna do about safety.
Does the benefits cost include workers' compensation, or is it strictly, like employee benefits and retirement?
Well, it's strictly the latter, but the reason I mention it in saying they're not directly connected is that inevitably, somebody who's hurt. Yes, your workers' comp's gonna pay you for that direct medical need, but you think about residual aches, pains and so forth, that'll eventually spill into the degree of services or pharma is a huge challenge for us right now, nutrition. So that's why I just mentioned those things.
Thank you, Graham. And with that, that concludes our agenda for open session. We did recess from full session, so I'm going to recommend a 5-minute break. And we will come back and we will resume closed session.
Supplemental.
In a moment, we will resume closed session.
All right. We're good, go ahead.
Okay.
So you have to recess, we never recess out of open session?
Yes, so now we need to go to closed session. Yeah.
So we recess in open session, I need a second, so then we can.
Oh, yeah, do that.
Yeah.
I get a second, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unmute, please.
We're back into open session and I agreeably move to adjourn open session at 11:27 p.m. May I have a second? All in favor, say aye. And the meeting adjourned.
Aren't they gonna give you that one?